All right. Well, I got to change that camera a little bit there, huh? A little bit too high up. There we go. That's a little better. Adjust the camera. Hopefully, we'll adjust our picks to be correct tonight. Jerry Diaz's, how are you tonight? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see everybody for Del Mar Live. To paraphrase the Rolling Stones, let's bet the night together. That sounds like a lot of fun. We got a lot of folks in the Del Mar Pacific Classic Handicap contest tonight. It's about 145. The track is fast. The turf is firm. And we're going to get kicked off with race 1, which is a 5.5 furlong race full of a bunch of maidens on the main track. So looking back at the bias for the track so far at the current meet, we had on Trevor McCarthy for the Players Edge podcast, and he had mentioned to us that you want to make sure on the dirt, you go fast, you get up front, and you basically win with speed horses. So, and the data actually confirms that. Looking back at the 23 races, it looks like to me at the distance and surface so far, well, 13 of the 23, the horse that got the lead went on to win. So we need to identify which horse here in this field, mostly of maidens that haven't made a start before, are going to possibly get to the lead. And if they can get to the lead, there's a high likelihood they're going to hang on and get to the finish wire first. So taking a look at the program, we got to basically live and die on the workouts, as well as maybe the jockey trainer type. So the first one is Keychain Girl, number 1, ridden by Joe Bravo. I do like this workout back here on August the 5th at Del Mar, 4 furlongs, 46-3, heated from the gate. So that's a pretty fast one. Unfortunately for trainer Mark Glatt, he doesn't win a whole lot with the first-time horses. Another thing that I like to look at, too, with first-time horses, and it's just the personal thing, is how much they paid for it. This is a $200,000 horse, so it's not a cheap one, that's for sure. Number 2, ain't easy. It ain't ever easy, that's for sure. This is a horse that I like this workout back here on August the 8th, 59-4, heated from the gate for the second fastest of 82, which is a pretty good work at Del Mar, so I like to see that. Joel Rosario, I like him a little bit more on horses that come off the pace, but Joel's a great jockey. He knows how to ride this course, so it wouldn't surprise me to see him take number 2 to the front. He's a $400,000 horse. Number 3, Mirasol, I think, is the only horse perhaps in the race that has some previous experience in that race, was evenly bet. So I like to see that. Kind of got out a little bit middle of the pack, 8 horses. Fourth Sense has put in a couple of middle of the road workouts. So I would have liked to have seen a little bit of improvement there, though Bob Baffert does win pretty heftily with second career races at 20%, maiden special weight 30%, and pretty excessively with 2-year-olds at 36%. Number 4 is Booze Runner, a bunch of bullet works at Arizona Downs. I don't know how that really translates to Del Mar. The horse is a $20,000 horse, a little bit on the cheap side. Candy Ride here is a very good horse in terms of speed on the dirt, so maybe that works out pretty well. And then the sire has 32% wins with first-time starters, so this horse is well-bred for sure. Workout here is okay. The next horse, Infinite Empire, Richard Mandela. And as I said on the show for the Players Edge podcast, every time I hear the word Mandela, I think of Chris Tucker in the movie Rush Hour. I get Mandela. But anyway, Flavian Pratt. So you got a top jockey here, along with a good trainer. The workouts have been middle of the road. So this number here, 47-4, is not too bad. I like that one. But perhaps, and 360, so that's also a pretty expensive horse. Expensive horse, good jockey, decent works, maybe. First-time starters win for Richard Mandela at about 13%, forgive me. Benedict Canyon, the dam has 1 winner. Bob Baffert throwing out another horse. With the workouts here are okay. Not my favorite work numbers in the group at all, though this number back here at Del Mar, these two are okay. 215,000, not a cheap horse at all. but perhaps not the horse that Baffert thinks is going to win this race. Maybe he's got them out there as a tag team for one to maybe set a blistering pace to kill all the other speed, and then maybe one to close at the end. And then you have the 7 horse, Belle Cherry. This is a horse that costs 350 grand for trainer Simon Callahan. Jockey Florent Guru, looking at the workouts, well, good one last time. I would like to have seen a bullet right before they get out of the gates and go, but still a pretty sharp workout there. Trainer Simon Callahan does win pretty hefty, 21% with first-time starters. Debut made in special weight at 20%. As far as the races go, the way I'm going to pick them for the contest and hopefully the way they come in when it's official, I'm going to go ahead with number 2. Followed by number 1, number 3, and number 7. Again, 2, 1, 3, 7 for me. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your bets, and we hope to see the 2 in the winner's circle. Pressed the wrong button. Almost ended the broadcast. I told you Joe Rosario knows how to ride that track. I know he's been out on the East Coast, but he cut his teeth out west. So he had a nice race right there with the 2 horse. Ain't easy. That the highest priced horse with the good pedigree angle worked out for me there. Thank you, Philip D'Amato and Joel Rosario. $18.20 winner on top. Hopefully you had him. If you didn't, you should have, because we put him on top. So we'll be back for race number 2 at about 10 minutes to post. And once again, we'll take a look at the track setup, the bias, at least what we've seen so far at 6.5 furlongs. And it's kind of an interesting layout there. It's a post position that you absolutely do not want to have your horse in. We'll talk about that. And then, of course, we'll talk about pace projections as well as our picks and analysis for each horse. We'll see you when 10 minutes to post for race number 2. So we're back for race number 2. Let's see if we can find another $18 winner. I won't hold my breath, but let's take a look at it. 6.5 furlongs, claiming $25,000 on the main track. Let's take a look at what the track bias has looked like at 6.5 furlongs for the current meet at Del Mar. I count about 14 races. 6 of them went wire to wire. So you definitely want some fast horses. But if not the fast ones, 6 out of 14 were fourth or out at the quarter pole. So it looks to me like it's a barbell race, either be fast or close hard. That's the way it looks to me in terms of how you want it to be. 6 out of 14 wire to wire is probably the best angle. As far as post position is concerned, it looks like outside is better. I mentioned before at the end of race number 1 in the analysis, the rail has yet to win. So you probably want to stay away from Self-Taught, the one horse. He's going to do something that none of the 14 before him have actually tried to do, and that's win, or actually been able to do, is win the race. As far as jockey is concerned, it looks like Abel Cedillo is the best jockey at the distance. He's pulled off the win 4 times at 6.5 furlongs. And then you have Espinosa and Flavian Pratt with 2 each. Otherwise, really not a whole lot of other jockeys that really stood out at the distance. And the trainers have been really well mixed. There's not a trainer who apparently specializes at the distance. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the early pace and late pace figures look like for this field. So when you look at the early pace, it looks like the 3-horse Speed Pass and the 4-horse, the 3-horse, the 2-horse Red Valor, and the 8-horse are going to get off to the fastest start. Those 3 have the best early pace projections, followed by, as you can see, the 7, 5, and the 6. And then on the way home, you're looking at the 1-horse and the 4-horse. They stand out in terms of late pace. So if you want the late pace, the 1, the 4, and then the 5 and the 6. So the 1, 4, 5, and 6 have the best late pace numbers in the field. Again, early pace has won at least wire to wire has been the best way to win. But if not, the late pace, the latecomers, especially those perhaps with an outside post 4, 5, and 6, might be some decent prices that you might be able to get, as the 3-horse right now stands at the current favorite. If you like to play the speed game in terms of speed numbers, then you're going to like the 3, the 2, the 7, and the 1. Those will be your top 4 picks according to the way we go ahead and do our speed rating. So let's take a quick look at the field. Horse number 1, as I mentioned, is Self-Taught. Self-Taught does have some history of some early fast fraction, but that was way, way, way back in the day, probably 10 races ago. But it was the fastest early fraction that any horse has been able to put on the on paper. And it's also that last race speed figure, which is kind of a high number. So I wonder if there's maybe a little bounce in there. Last time the horse ran a number this high, it did bounce next time out. And again, that post position has been a definite negative. Number 2, Red Valor, is a horse that just got claimed. Trainer Mark Glatt does hit at a nice 21% the first time after a claim. And he also wins at 21%, keeping the horse at the claiming level. Only won once in 9 tries at Del Mar. I am a big fan of horses for courses. I'm a big fan of cycles. That's another big bounce number looking to me, although it was the highest last race speed figure, again, greater than par, and does have a history of fast fraction. So I can see the 2-horse definitely getting up early and perhaps threatening for the win if it can repeat the last time out. Number 3 is Speed Pass. That is your current favorite. It is the horse that does have the best early pace numbers in the field. It's the 3rd in a row that has put in a better than par speed figure for this, coming off of a break. And when you look at the last race, some of the workouts since have been really sharp. I do like to see that. Finished 3rd last time out to a horse named Dr. Shivel, who are friends of ours of the show. Dean and Patty Reeves are part owners on. Great horse. It's going to be in the Breeders' Cup. Hopefully we'll see Dean and Patty in Del Mar, and hopefully I'll be out there as well. Number 4, PR Radio Star. Who Killed the Radio Star? That was the first song on MTV. If you ever on a video Killed the Radio Star, if you're ever on a trivia question show, has raced well at Del Mar with 4 races, 2 wins, and a 2nd in 3 tries. Is also a horse that is taking probably one of the biggest drops in class. Last time ran out for a purse of $104,000. This time it's running for $39,000. And number 5 is Smile Form. I'm the official pronunciator of the horse racing radar, so that's exactly how it's pronounced. Horse is making its third time off a layoff, has struggled to make the third race in a row. Coming in from Golden Gate, Sam Houston, Los Alamitos, not a big fan of that secondary track up to the big leagues, if you will. Jonathan Wong, great trainer at Golden Gate. No doubt he'll eventually find his footing at Del Mar and Santa Anita, but struggled so far in this meet. Joel Rosario, we saw him the last race, looking for win number 2 to start the card. Number 6, Buttered Noodles, another horse taking a very small purse drop. Did flash some speed last time out at Del Mar. Workout since have been So I think the horse is going to get pressured early, probably fade, and that's not a winning prescription. Number 7, Major Cabby. It's a horse that is also taking a small drop in class. Is another of the horses that did put out a better than par last race speed figure. It is an outside horse. It does look like it's going to be one of the horses that could come late. Again, outside. Has raced well at Santa Anita at Del Mar with a win, a place, and 2 shows and 3 races. So it does fit the outside post latecomer angle that does seem to work at Del Mar. How am I going to bet them? I'm going to go 3, 4, 7, and 2. That's how I'm ranking them. We'll find out how they line up when they go official. Certainly, we wish you good luck with your bets and hope to see the 3 in the winner circle. We'll see you when it's official. What do you say we just bet the 2-horse all night? That seems like it makes a lot of sense. Back to back, the 2-horse winning. So maybe that's the strategy for the rest of the evening in terms of our betting and in terms of the contest. We're going to be moving off to race number 3. It'll be the first go on the turf. The 2-horse was pretty much close to the front all the way around the track, so it did show that speed did hold up on the dirt there. 3-horse, the favorite, just kind of tired. Wasn't a very good run, I don't think, out of that horse whatsoever at all. So we're starting to see perhaps that second lane being the best lane on the turf, on the dirt. We're going to find out how they stack up on the turf. We'll take a quick look at the standings after race number 3. Of course, if you haven't done it already, you can go over to betus.com, open up an account, and then use the code HHR or GTS. Get yourself a bonus and a free play. It's a deal that's worked out well for a lot of folks. And then also make sure you tell your friends about us. If you like the show, follow us. You can see on the ticker below at Racing Radar on Twitter or on Facebook. If you're watching live on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. And that way, when we go live with our shows, we do a daily show, we talk about news, share our opinions, analysis. We do pick fours. We're also going to add something new this week, the Joey Parlay, where we're going to pick 3 horses and we're going to press our bet if we win each particular race. As for when do the races start, Heidi, the races are going on right now. So we come live about 10 minutes before the post for each race at Del Mar. So keep an eye on the ticker. If you see there's about 10, 11 minutes to go, come back to YouTube. We'll be there. We'll discuss, as we do every race, the way the race should set up based upon previous races at Del Mar, the pace setup, which horses are going to be in the front, which ones will be in the back, and of course, which horses we think are likely to win. We'll see how we line them up 10 minutes before post to race number 3. See you then. And we're off to race number 3, 1 and 1/16 miles on the turf. So we're going to get a little bit of a different feel out of this race than we got out of the first two, because there's been an absolute dead closers bias so far at Del Mar for the grass course. There's been about 11 races at this distance. 2 of them went wire to wire. But for the most part, 8 of them, 8 out of 11, were won by horses that were 4th and out at the quarter pole. And then 5 of the 11, so a little bit less than half, the horses actually 6th were further back at the quarter-mile marker. So you don't want a horse that gets out. I think Tom iCarly on our analysis for later on for the Pacific Classic and the Del Mar, but for the Pacific Classic and the Del Mar Handicap, which is on turf, he mentioned for the Del Mar Handicap, being up front is a death sentence. So we don't want that with our picks, right? As far as the post position is concerned, if you're looking at your program, you do see that the rail is winning at 20% clip. That's because 2 of the horses out of the 11 did finish first. However, the rest of the field, pretty much 8 out of the 11 were 4th and out at the in terms of the post position. So outside is definitely better than inside. Looking at the jockeys, Umberto Rispoli has done pretty well at this distance, winning 4 of 11. Only Joe Bravo is another jockey that has managed to get himself more than 1 win at 1 1/16 on the turf. Again, a limited number of races for sure. As far as trainers, Richard Baltus and John Sadler both have 2 wins each at the distance. So again, no real specialist in terms of trainer, but it does look like Umberto does like 1 1/16 on the turf. So we'll keep an eye out for where he's at. Again, in terms of the way the pace is going to set up, and that's important, as we mentioned, death sentence if you're up front, according to my friend Tom iCarly. The 3 horse looks like it's going to be the fastest out of the box, and it does have considerably better early pace figures than everybody else. The 7 and 5 are close behind, and then the 2 followed by the 8, 4, 1, and 6. They'll be probably at the end. And when they're coming home, the number 1 horse, Ottawa Fire, that has a pretty good advantage over the 8 horse, Evening Sun, and then the 6, 2, 3, and 4, Uncle Adoma, One Fast Bro, Mohawk King, and Memo Daddy. They all kind of stack up together right behind that. So if you're looking for one of the pace, maybe those 4 are the ones you want to be looking at: the 6, the 2, the 3, and the 4, or the 1 and the 8. Those are kind of horses that we'll be looking at if you want the off the pace type. So keep an eye on the top third of that group. As far as the horses are concerned, let's take a look at number 1, Ottawa Fire. This is a horse that's on the rail, and it's running from second race on this side of the States. So it was running over in Ireland at the Curragh, and I know Tom loves that. When you look at the courses that it was running on, was on a soft course and a yielding course, and it ran well. And here it gets a firm course. So sometimes those English and Irish horses, they like the softer turf. And if they're not getting the softer turf here, maybe it's just not a fan. That's possible. But you do got Flavian Pratt, one of the top jockeys, of course, on the number 1 horse. Now we're looking at number 2, One Fast Bro. One Fast Bro has the last race speed figure above par for this distance and surface and level. And you got jockey Juan Hernandez on it for the 3rd time in a row. He's got a 2nd and then a 1st on the horse. Looking back at the horse's career, it does look like it does tend to get a little bit better in the second start off a break. The first start was good enough to probably win this race. If it does get better in the second start, perhaps it can go 2 in a row for jockey Juan Hernandez. Number 3, the Mohawk King, is another horse that spent some time over in Europe, both racing in England. And when you look at its surface, it ran on a good 3 times and had 1 good race in its debut. But then after that, kind of dumped a little bit. But it was running at some really high caliber races over there. Since coming here, it showed some speed. As we mentioned, we're not big fans of speed at the surface and distance. It's probably not the best. It's a death sentence. But you got Florent Garou on there. He's a great jockey for sure. He probably runs pretty well. And here you have Umberto Rispoli, the jockey who's done exceptionally well at this distance, the 4 horse. And then this is a horse, again, that came from Chile. The Chile angle is not one I think that plays as strongly as the European angle. I think the horses from Europe are a little bit better. Did run against Evening Star last time out and finished second. The horse did show some early pace 2 races back. That's not the way you want to go. It is a horse that you might want to consider because it is a horse that's in like that mid group of late comers. And again, Umberto has been the top jockey, hands down, at the distance so far. Constitution Affair, another horse that's likely to be near the lead. The lead is definitely not where we want a horse to be. However, it's done fairly well. Hasn't raced at Del Mar. The workouts are okay for Constitutional Affair. It does have the top pedigree for the surface and distance and did run one of the better speed figures last time out. Coming off a little bit of a break, the horse has run very well fresh. It's got a win, a couple of wins, and a second where it kind of faded at the end, which is kind of what I expect to see out of the 5 horse here today too, especially with some other pace like the 3 in the race. Number 6, Uncle Duma. Sounds good to me, right? Uncle Aduma. In the past showed some early pace, but this is a horse that shows lately it wants to come from off the pace. You got Kyle Fry in the irons having a pretty decent year, winning at about 11% in that move down from Golden Gate. He's a friend of the show as well. He's wearing, sometimes you'll see him wearing the Horse Racing Radar pants. Michael McCarthy, the two have teamed up 4 times in the last 2 months. Only managed to win one of those races. But it is a horse that maybe, I think it needs to pick up the speed figures a little bit. Decent workout says maybe that's possible. Number 7, Dominant Soul. Pretty much running at the same level it ran last time. Second off a layoff. It has 1 win that happened to be at Del Mar in 4 tries. It really is not a fan of paying the bills. So this is a horse I'll probably pass on. Simply forgettable, as Tom and I were talking about on that show. Number 8, finally, Evening Sun. Evening Sun is, again, one of the foreign horses that has done fairly well. Last time out, ran well on the firm course and didn't run so well last race in England on a firm course. But if you look back at its history, Evening Sun has done very well on a good surface. So I would expect another very good run from Evening Sun with Drayden Van Dyke in the irons. As far as how I'm going to lay them out and how I'm going to play them, I'm going to go with the 2, the 3, the 5, and the 4. 2, 3, 5, and 4. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your bets, and we hope to see the 2 in the winner's circle. Well, that was not the best horse in the race right there. That's for sure. The best horse in the race was the 2 horse, hands down. But let's take a look at the contest standings right now. Lady Jumpers in first place with 11. John Laverne, Edward Malls, Mike Crane, Robert Salzano. Good. Like some new names on the list here today. Joel McDonald, Fantastic Jack, Pantafalo. I like that. Fantastic Jack. Jimmy Manning, Enchanted Lori, Chris McLaughlin, Melvin Hill, a whole bunch down there. And hey, look, there's me, number 16, tied with 8 points. You know, the 2 horse should have won that race, hands down. That was a very difficult ride there in terms of whether the jockey put that horse behind a wall and nowhere to go. Had to wait for everybody to clear. Juan Hernandez needed to get a little bit of a better ride there to bring that horse home first. He should have been the winner. Unquestionably had the best late legs coming home. We'll take a look at race number 4. It's another one of those maiden races where we're going to have to identify which horses have the best workouts, have the best pedigree, see which horse can get to the front. Again, 5.5 furlongs. We saw that in the opening leg. The 2 horse did kind of run in the middle with Joel Rosario, but stayed right off the pace and then powered its way home to the victory. So let's see if we can find another winner in the first-time starters. And as far as, we had a nice comment here from Michael Wooten about he's a little bit worried about betting the turf horses over at Del Mar or anywhere else because listening to the TVG guys. It is kind of funny. So just listen to us. We should have had the winner there, Michael. Have a little better ride from Juan Hernandez, and we probably would have had the winner. So we'll see if we can find a winner again in race number 4, 5.5 furlongs, main track. We'll be paying special attention to the workouts, the breeding, and see which horse we think will come home first. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. couple of people before we get started with the race have commented in the on the standings page about what happened in yesterday's contest. So that's a good question. I'm the one that updates those, as many know. And so when I'm sometimes could be a little forgetful, I get some emails and text, "Hey, what are you doing?" So that's okay. But looking at the what happened yesterday when I was updating it, so when you were looking to see which horses to select to finish, there was for the one horse, the two horse, wherever horses were in the field, there was multiple selections. I don't know what was coming in from the feed. So there was 3 selections for the one horse, 3 selections for the two horse, 3 selections for the 4 horse, and so on in every single race. And then I guess I would click on the first one every single time, but something was messed up with the feed. And because the feed was messed up, it was not giving credit to some people who had the one horse, giving credit to who didn't. So the scores were all messed up. Everything was all messed up, and it was kind of unfixable because it was beyond our control. It was the data that was coming into us. Unfortunately, it didn't allow for us a means to go back and correct it. So that's why that contest yesterday, unfortunately, had to be canceled because the data was faulty. Bad data in, bad data out. And we're not the ones that control the data. Otherwise, the data would be spotless. You can count on that. So we're back to 4 maiden. We're back to the maiden per 70,000, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. And we have, again, a bunch of first-time starters. Usually when these races, when you have first-time starters versus experienced horses, as I've mentioned in many shows before, I like to put them in 2 buckets, the experienced horses in one bucket, the first-time starters in the other. And I start with the experienced horses. And if I see an experienced horse and I say, you know what, these 2 horses look like they're going to improve, I'll pick the winner out of the experienced bucket. If the experienced bucket looks like junk, then I'm going to go to the horses making the first-time start. In this case today, I think there's 1 horse, the 3 horse that made that's got a start already. I'm going to go away from that. I'm going to the first-time starter bucket. And let's start with the number 1 horse, Rhetoric. This is the most expensive horse in the field at $600,000. So that's one of the things that I like to look at. Does have some decent pedigree, but I think the way the bettors are looking at this horse, I think they think it needs more distance than 5.5 furlongs. So I'm going to think that we'll see Rhetoric down the line running at longer races and doing better than we see him doing at shorter races, because in his workouts, they're not quite as fast as some of the other ones. I think this is a horse that's going to be more of a closer than it's going to be a sprinter. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You'll find out, right? It's a first-time starter. We'll learn all about this horse. Forbidden Kingdom, I do like this when a horse is making a first-time start. I love to see that bullet work right before it hits the track. That tells me the horse is sharp. It's ready to go. I think Forbidden Kingdom, a $300,000 horse, one of the most expensive horses in the field, is going to be sharp, ready to go. I hope Juan Hernandez gives him a better ride than he gave the 2 horse last time out. The 3 horse, we talked about him already. He's in that experience bucket. That bucket's no good. So we're going to toss the Met. The big time favorite from the betting public right now is Kemui. I don't know how you pronounce that. I am the official pronunciator at Horse Racing Radar. So it's Kemui. The workouts here are fantastic. No question about it. It looks like this horse is the one to beat. The one thing I would say is I'm not a big fan of 1-to-1 horses, even money odds in horse races with maidens, 2-year-olds. You just don't know what you're going to get. It could be scared. It might stay in the gate. It can do anything. For me, I always want to beat a 1-to-1 in this kind of scenario. Plus, I wonder, Bob Baffert giving Joel Rosario, a jockey out on the East Coast, preference to his better horses in this race since he's got 3 of them over the local jockeys. He may, I don't know, but I would suspect that he would want to reward the local jockeys. Just speculation on my part. I don't have any insight to that whatsoever at all. The key is Unity is the 5 horse. A nice workout here. The one at Del Mar is pretty fast too. You're looking at 17-1 on the board. Maybe some value if that horse can pop out of the gates and run pretty well. Doug O'Neill's done pretty good with first-time starters. Kyle Frey, he'll be pretty aggressive with this horse, I think. Number 6, Portsmouth. Candy Ride, as I mentioned before, that was the horse I think that was a grandpa to the horse that won in the first race. But that's, again, from memory, and sometimes my memory is not so strong. I like some of the workouts here, too. 59-1, heated gate. first of 81, 6 of 81. This horse has put together some pretty fast fractions as well. And I think at 6-1, you're getting some value here. Abel Cedillo is a very good jockey. He's won 25% when teamed up with Bob Baffert. So horse might surprise, and I think you're getting good odds of fair value, better than fair value. It's an overlay, in fact, with the 6 horse. Number 7, Beef Winslow at 14-1. I think this is the long shot in this race that has a shot to go ahead and win this one. The last workout wasn't so hefty, and maybe that's scaring some people off. That's understandable. But you look a little deeper on the line. It looks like he would go a fast one and then just a kind of maintenance one. A fast one, and this is a fast one. 46-3 is legit, folks. And then a maintenance workout. I get a feeling that 103 is just a maintenance workout to keep his horse fit. I think the 7 horse is going to show better than its current 14-1 odds. I'm going to try to beat the 4 horse. I think everybody, in terms of betting, should try to beat a 1-1 in a 2-year-old race of maidens. So I'm going to try to beat him. I'm going to put the 6 on top, Portsmouth. Its fractions, its workouts have been just as good. I'm going to put the 4 in second. I think he's going to, his workouts say that he can get to the lead and maybe never give it up. I'm going to put that 7 in there, Beef Winslow. I like those workouts. I think the horse is fit and should show well for Doug O'Neill and Umberto Rispoli, a very good jockey. And then finally, I'm going to go, it's between the 2 and the 1. I do like that bullet workout for Forbidden Kingdom in the last race. The last workout. The bullet before they go is a big signal to me. So again, I'm going 6-4-7-2. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your tickets, and hope to see my horse in the winner's circle. sometimes I forget to press the right buttons, and sometimes I amaze myself. And I think every horse player probably goes through this, but I mentioned in the pre-race, well, you can't bet the 4-horse. So I had the right strategy. You can't bet a 1-to-1 with 2-year-olds. If you watch that race, a bunch of them were running green. Kind of surprised they actually DQ'd somebody there. And I agree with you, Michael. We should just bet the 2-horse all day. I joked about that earlier in the day too. But I mentioned specifically with the 2-horse, one of my favorite angles with these youngsters is to put the bullet in and then go, bullet and go, bullet and go. The bullet work out before the race. It's a good indication that the horse is ready to go. The 2-horse did that. The 2-horse went out and won the race. I had the right strategy. I don't know why sometimes I don't listen to my own self. Pick the 2-horse, right? Because the bullet and go angle is there. So just keep that in mind when you're handicapping the babies or the first time starters. If you see that bullet work out right before they're ready to hit the track and you're trying to make a decision between 2 horses, don't do like me. Don't outthink yourself. Just go with what works. The bullet and the go works for sure. And yes, I do agree. We should just bet the 2-horse the rest of the day, Michael. I think that's a great time. Hopefully, Big Possum, you're still alive in your pick 6. Unfortunately, when we're doing the show, I don't have any time to bet. When I turn the screen off, my head's down. I'm working on numbers. I'm looking at more stuff, just trying to get every little bit of information I can get in before we come back live for the next race. We'll be back for the second race at 1 mile and a 16th. We had on our show, the Players Edge podcast, one of the jockeys in this race, Trevor McCarthy. If you haven't caught that, every Thursday night at 9:30 Eastern time, we usually get a guest. Next week, we'll be probably doing Saratoga, so we'll get a guest for the Travers. It's kind of tough at Saratoga. A lot of folks like to go out on Thursday nights before the racing, but I'm sure we'll get a guest. The last 2 times we had on Acacia Courtney and Maggie Wolfendale, so we'll try to get somebody on. Maybe our friend Jose Ortiz, the jockey, will come back and join us. But we'll get somebody for sure. Make sure you check that out. Every Monday through Friday, myself, Terry, and Tom, we put on a great show here on YouTube as well and on Facebook Live, however you watch. We make some great picks. Make sure you check that out. But most importantly, subscribe. And if you like what you see here tonight, make sure you tell your other friends that like horse racing about us. We try to put as much information out in front of you as possible. Can't be perfect. It's horse racing, folks. But the one thing we can do, there's no excuse not to be prepared. We'll see you 10 minutes to post for race number 5. Got a pretty wide open spot here, a mile and a 16th, the second time around that we've seen the mile and a 16th on the turf. A lot of horses, 12 horses in the field. You don't have a really hot favorite. 6 horse at 5-2. Yeah, last time out overseas went off at 50-1. So the bettors must have seen something over here that they liked that they didn't like across the Atlantic. Did look pretty muscled up. They were focused in a little bit on that horse on the TV feed I'm watching. Did look pretty fit, so maybe the 6 horse will do well. It's certainly taking money. That tells me the folks at the track like them. Again, looking at the mile and a 16th, so far meet to date, what we see is 2 of the 11 winners, 2 of 12 now, winners went wire to wire. We've seen that most of them are closers, so 9 out of the 11, 9 out of 12 are stalkers closers. Again, we want to look at that 2 horse one, I think, that race. So the inside did pull off a win there, but normally the 8 of the 12 winners did come from post 4 and out. Did mention that Umberto Rispoli had the most wins at the distance, and he is on the 6. So that's a big plus for that horse. Maybe that's bringing in some love from the bettors. And then the 1 horse, Joe Bravo, is the only other one to find himself with a more than 1 win at a mile and a 16th. Let's run down the horses, see what we like. But first, let's take a look at the pace setup. Who's going to be the kiss of death or a death sentence, as was called. But Affable should be on the front, followed by Subconscious, Bob Wire, Tulsa Tornado. That's our friend Trevor McCarthy right there. Hollywood Hellraiser. That's Terry Hollywood Hayes' favorite horse, unquestionably tonight. And then on the way home, you have number 10, Awfully Naughty, number 1, Lone Scout, Hollywood Hellraiser. These horses should be coming home pretty hard. The 6 horse doesn't factor into our rankings because they don't have any data from him coming overseas. I would expect, based upon his first race, that he probably won't break that fast, and he will be one that's coming at the end. So I would put him probably middle third, back third at the break, and then watch that horse come charging in, because that's how a lot of those European horses like to run, especially if they don't run up front in the race that they ran over in England on soft turf. They a lot of times do come over here and like that fast turf. So we'll see how the 6 horse plays out. Looking at number 1, Lone Scout. This is a horse that was the favorite last time out, got beaten. Kind of rebound, hopefully, for trainer Robert Hess at 26%. Ran 6 times, finished third. The rail did win a couple of races. Doesn't have some of the best late pace numbers in the field. He does, in fact, does have some of the best late pace numbers in the field. So I think the 1 horse, probably one that can be a factor, maybe one that you want to look at on your ticket. Number 2 is Hollywood Hellraiser. A horse does have some of the fastest early fractions. Again, a horse that's finished in the money 50% of the time. Last time out, the fractions kind of got a little bit slower. So it looks like the horse is regressing to me. Not a big fan of that sort of regression. I like the other sort of regression. When team's not scoring any runs in baseball, you know they're due to pop, then we'll play them, right? Number 3, Tulsa Tornado, our friend Trevor McCarthy. If I recall correctly, he said this is a really big horse, and he doesn't want to get the horse trapped on the inside. Maybe I have this one and another one mixed up, but he did mention that he did like the way this horse runs, but I think he said he wants to move him outside because it's a big horse, and if he gets trapped on the inside, it's not going to work to his favor. Number 4, Reserve. Last time out, flashed some speed at Churchill. Hasn't done much since. It is dropping, so workouts said at Ellis Park, flew them all across the country. Ron Marquette. This is, for me, a simply forgettable horse. Hulk, as I mentioned when we talked about some of the first-time starters versus experienced, putting the first-time starters in one bucket, the experienced in another bucket. Hulk just goes in the G bucket. If he beats me, he beats me. But I crumble that one up, Kobe. Swish, he's in the trash. Number 6, Prince Obama, coming over from Leopardstown in Ireland. Did run a 4th there, but as I noted, he was 50-1. They didn't really like him over there, and the class rating for the race wasn't really all that high. Philip D'Amato, first time getting Lasix, first time gelded. Sometimes horses really do respond to both of those things. So it's an angle a lot of people like, though I've read a lot of people like the first time gelded better when it's 4 or 5 years old than a 3-year-old. We'll see. Number 7, Affable. This is the one that has the Tom iCarly death sentence because could be near the front. but at the same time does have some of the best late pace figures in the field. In fact, if you rank the horses according to their speed rankings, in the way I put them together, your top four would be the 7, the 9, the 1, and the 11. Did run the last race speed figure. That was tops. The only other time that it made it through a 2-race cycle, the second time through, kind of came down a little bit, but I think a little bit of a fall would still be enough for the horse to probably take this spot. Number 8, Shotgun Express, getting laces for the first time. That's about the only good thing I can say about Shotgun Express. Is again another horse that if it beats me, it beats me. So be it. Although it does have some of the best pedigree for the distance and the surface. Would have liked to seen the horse that they spent $210,000 on go off at better than 66-1 odds and certainly run better than it did last time out. Subconscious, this is a horse that's going to be near the front. Has a lot of early speed, kind of fades at the end. It's put in some good bullet works since the last time it was out there. It's another that's tied for the top pedigree score for the distance and surface. And then you got Richard Mandela and Juan Hernandez. So there's a combination we saw where Juan Hernandez got trapped in race number 2. Let's horse the other mile in the 16th race. Let's hope he doesn't get trapped here if you're backing Subconscious. Number 10, Awfully Naughty, as we noted, Awfully Naughty will be the one that we expect to be coming the hardest, latest. He probably could be all the way at the back of the pack. He broke 10th of 11 in his debut, 9th of 9 in his second start. Had a little bit of a problem leaving the gate last time out. Joe Rosario, I love Joel on horses that come from off the pace. I wouldn't be surprised to hear Awfully Naughty's name coming down the stretch. Number 11, Barbed Wire, is one of the favorites. Most of the folks in the contest took Barbed Wire. You got Flavian Pratt and Richard Baltus. Richard Baltus is one of the trainers that's won multiple races at the distance and surface during the current meet. Last time out, sat right off the pace, got bet well by the bettors. Second time on grass for Richard Baltus, not a whole lot of times, only 14 times so far this year, but coming home first in 6 of 14. So that's a really high percent angle right there. Number 12, El Joy, wraps up the field. Last time out was the favorite, got beat. Trainer Ian Hardy comes back to follow that up with a win in 1 out of 5 tries. As far as the horse is concerned, it's another that's finished in the money 50% of the time, a little bit over 50% of the time on turf, and does have some of the, if you look back, it does have some of the best back class. But I think we kind of have a sense of who the 12 horse is. I don't think there's a whole lot of upside in El Joy. So I'm going to pass on El Joy. In terms of how I'm going to play it, I'm going to go with the 7 horse. I think Affable should be right off the pace and have enough late kick to get the job done, followed by the 11, the 9. I was going to go with the 1, but the bettor's action on the 6 tells me that perhaps the people on the ground know something and think that this horse is going to respond well. As I mentioned, not a big fan of 50-1 last time out. That kind of tells me what the bettors in Ireland thought of this horse. They didn't think much of him. So again, for me, 7, 11, 9, and 6. Good luck with your picks. Hope to see the 7 in the winner's circle. Didn't have the winner. The 7 horse didn't fire for me, but my other 3 picks, the 11, the 9, and the 6 made up the trifecta. So if you boxed it for $12 for 50 cents, right? Or that would be $6. You would have got back $61.10 for 50 cents. Not bad. I would have preferred to have my 7 horse win. But nonetheless, when you get 3 out of 4 in a big field like that and you get a decent trifecta, I'll take it. That's usually what I bet when I do bet. I'll bet the trifectas. And a lot of times what I'll do is I'll take my top 3 picks and put them over the top 2 picks, over the top 4 picks, or the top 2 over the top 3, over the top 4, some combination like that. Or if I feel like there's really not a big difference between them, I'll just go ahead and box them all if I feel like there's a price in there that could pay. So anyway, that's how that race broke out. We're going to be back for the next race, which is the first of 5 stakes races on the card. It's the first race we'll see at a mile on a dirt. So we'll have a little bit of a different take on the kind of pace setup that the 1 mile on a turf winner looks and 1 mile on a dirt winner looks like, along with the post positions that may or may not have an advantage. Then, of course, we'll break down the early pace, the late pace, and then make a decision as to what horses we like. Hopefully we can stack the winner on top. But if I take trifectas, another 2 or 3 on the night with 3 out of my top 4 picks, I'll call that a good night and then go to bed and sleep comfortably. We'll see you 10 minutes to post for, I think it's the Torrey Pine Stakes coming up. See you 10 minutes to post. Hope everybody's having some fun tonight. I know I'm having some fun petting horses on a Saturday night. What else is there to do? Sit back, have your favorite drink. For me, that's a little bit of this, my only one vice in the world, Diet Mountain Dew. The caffeine just makes everything work better. It's a habit I want to kick, but every time I try to kick it, I get these terrible headaches. It's god awful. And then when we're done with this, maybe a little Manny Pacquiao, right? See if Manny Pacquiao can win back the title that he lost because he didn't fight the guy he's going to fight. Kind of weird kind of thing. Too bad Errol Spence busted up his retina. Would have made for a great night of fighting after a great night of horse racing. So we're off to our first of our stakes races, the Torrey Pine Stakes. It's a grade 3, $100,000 for fillies that are 3 years old. First race that we see on the night, that's a mile on the dirt. And taking a look at the races, there's been about 24 of them so far meet the date at the distance. 6 of them were won wire to wire, so 25% of the horses managed to get to the front, stay in the front, and that's a pretty positive number there as well. Overall, though, 13 of 24 were in the first 3, so it's slightly favor speed, especially if you're on the lead more so than if you're off the lead, I think. But it's still it's a situation where I think you can win from anywhere on the track, provided you have the right horse. Looking at the post position, the one horse has won 5 of the 24 starts, so that's a pretty strong clip. But outside of that, half of the horses, so about 12 of the 24, exactly half, were 5th from the 5 pole and out. So in this race, there's only 7. So you got the 5, the 6, and the 7. So there's really only 3 horses to consider. But in deeper fields, sometimes the outside post does work. Let's take a look at how the breakdown will be for pace, the early projection and the late projections. We have Private Mission, the 7 horse, probably going to be up on the lead, followed by Genie B, Lady Mystify. Well, Private Mission's numbers are stand out a little bit. The 3, the 1, and the 5 kind of clump together, and then the 4 and the 6 and the 2 is probably Lizette going to be a laggard. On the way home, though, Lizette will try to go probably from worst to first with the 4 horse, and then the 7, 1, 6, and 5, they're all kind of clumped together, have similar late pace numbers. So I think you'll probably see the 7 and the 1 close to the front from the beginning of the race to the end of the race, which could be maybe your winners in one of those 2. We'll find out who we like in a second. When you look at the jockeys in this particular race, Abel Cedillo and Flavian Pratt have dominated the 2 of them. Cedillo's got 6 of the wins at the 24 distance, and Flavian has got 5. So the 2 have combined for nearly 50% of all wins of a mile on the dirt races so far this season at Del Mar. So horse number 1, Lady Mystify, coming into this spot. Last time out, 2 consecutive wins. Made it a nice run last time out to win an optional claiming $40,000 with one of the top speed figures for that. What was the top speed figure for that horse, and probably one of the better ones in the field overall. We do like the fact that the horse's last race speed figure was above par and did win that race by more than a length. And you do got a pretty solid jockey trainer combo there as well. Peter Yurton and Florent Garou. Number 2, Lizette, as we mentioned, probably going to be in the back of the pack, even though last time out the horse did show a little bit of early pace. I don't think that's going to be the case here today. You have Umberto Rispoli on the horse for the 3rd time in a row. Maybe he does flash speed again. It's tough to say. Sometimes those horses that go from the back to the front, change of pace, change of style does work for them. It's just that the early pace figures do not put that horse back up on the lead again. We'll see. It does have the top pedigree, or at least the tie for the top pedigree for the distance and the surface, and did win it last race running away. So I do kind of like that. Not a big fan, though. In fact, not a big fan at all. It's one of my, they say check mark the boxes. This one is like a check mark in the don't check mark boxes. Not a big fan of the maiden horse moving into stakes company unless it's either in the first or second start with one of the top last race speed figures. So that does not qualify for me. Gene B, last time out, Golden Gate. Not a big fan of the Golden Gate to Del Mar or Santa Anita angle whatsoever at all. Does have some early fractions in the past that maybe can put the horse towards the front, but for me, simply forgettable. Number 4, Forest Caraway, is a horse that did have one of the top last race speed figures. And that was his first start as a 3-year-old. So that's always good to see that the horse grows up. How do you like me now, horse, right? The last time you saw her was when she was 2, came back and run a significantly better speed number than she ran last time out. I love to see that with a 3-year-old. Ran very well at Del Mar so far with 2 wins and a second and 3 tries. And I do like the workouts down here. This workout was pretty sharp. That was before the last race. You got a nice little maintenance workout sense. So perhaps the Forest Caraway does follow through and go ahead and make it 2 in a row in her 3-year-old campaign. And number 5, Dry Day Plan. Excuse me. Reading is fundamental. This horse is one that looks to me like does have some opening early fractions, might get to the lead, could challenge. Plainfield, Golden Gates, not a big fan of those angles coming back over. Do think that those speed numbers are a little bit way below what it's going to need to produce in this spot. Again, the Golden Gate angle doesn't work for me. Jonathan Wong, again, struggling at Del Mar. Perhaps he'll pick it up. I'm not going to bet on it in this spot. Number 6, I'm Soana. It's dropping in class last time out, ran for a $175,000 purse. I think it's the only horse in the field that's actually making the drop. So if you like to play the drop, the 6 horse, I'm Soana, is your play. Last time out, Del Mar, it had a nice win in the other Del Mar race that she has on her resume, 2nd place. So the horse does race pretty well at the track. Workout since the last spot where, well, they're kind of on the slower side, but perhaps the fact that the horse will be coming probably middle of the pack on the way out, middle of the pack on the way in. It's going to have to probably show a little bit more than it did in the last race. But 3rd start off a layoff, classic betting angle there. Number 7, Private Mission, is the favorite. Flavian Pratt, as I mentioned, along with Abel Cedillo dominating at the distance. Here you have the horse that took a little bit of break, ran the top last race speed figure last time out. Absolutely best in the field, higher than par for this distance by a long shot. And then, of course, in the workout before it came out, there's your bullet and go. So I like the bullet and go in this spot. That's how I think this race, if I were going to do pick 3, pick 4, whatever's available in this race, I think I would probably single the 7 in this spot. So I'm going to bet them, or in the contest, the way I'm laying them down, I'm going with the 7 over the 1, the 4, and the 6. We'll see how they line up when it's official. Hopefully, the 7 horse meets me in the winner's circle. That horse ran like it was supposed to, ran like the single that we thought it should be. So that's good to see. Flavian adding to tying Abel Cedillo for that top spot at a mile on the dirt. Next race is a flip. We're going to run a mile on the grass, and we'll see there's a big difference between how those horses' style should win on the grass versus the dirt. And it's the second of the 5 stakes races on the card. Taking a look at the standings in the contest, Lady Jumpers, Mike Crane, Edward Malls, Andy Enriquez, Thurman Jackson. Make up your top 5. There's still plenty of races to go. So hopefully, if you're in the contest, you're close by, you still have a shot to win. If this is all new to you in terms of the contest, our boy Tom Diemel down there. Great to go, Thomas. But if this is all new to you, over at Horse Racing Radar, we do have a contest every week. Tomorrow, we have 3 of them, actually. One on Friday. Yesterday's got all messed up because of a data file. Talked about that a little bit earlier. Today is the Del Mar. Tomorrow, they're doing the Queen's Plate, Woodbine, which is their biggest day of horse racing up there. It's like, I guess it's kind of like their Kentucky Derby or something along those lines. But make sure you come back tomorrow. Sign up for the contest. I think you have to have it done by 9 o'clock Eastern time. It's not a live contest like this, so I won't be here giving you all the sage advice. But it's still nonetheless a chance to fatten your bankroll. If you haven't already, come to the website, register, play in the contest. If you win, the money gets transferred to your account right away. $50 on Fridays and Sundays, $100. And every Saturday we do live contests just like this. Next week is very likely to be, I would suspect, at Saratoga with the Travers. So we hope to see some of you here again next week. So we'll be back for the next race to talk a little bit about the difference between 1 mile on the turf and 1 mile in the dirt. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. We're back for race number 7, the Del Mar Mile. It is appropriately named 1 mile on the turf. And we're going to see there's a little bit of a difference in the running style on turf in terms of what the average winner looks like at a mile during the current Del Mar meet on the grass versus the dirt. So when you look at this particular spot, 1 mile on the turf, 3 of the 38 races, I think it's probably the most common or one of the most common races that they run there, but only 3 of the 38 ran wire to wire, but 12 of the 38 were in the first 3. So a little bit, the second and third place horses, the ones that are a little bit off the pace, do have a shot to actually have a shot to do all right. It's a little bit tougher if you're on the lead pulling the string to get the job done. But if you're right off the pace, especially in a short field like this with only 5 horses with the 4-horse scratching, maybe the pace can hold up in this spot. As far as post position is concerned, the rail has won 3 of 38, so the rail's had a really difficult time. But the 2-horse, for whatever reason, well, I mean, it's a lucky number, right? We've seen that a couple times tonight. The lucky 2 scoring in a couple of races tonight has won 9 of 38 races. Overall, 18 of the 38, so almost half of their horses that have won have been post 5 and out. So let's take a look at what the early pace and the late pace scenario looks like with this short field. The 1 horse, Neptune Storm, might try to steal this race. It could get off to, according to pace projections, could get off to a nice little lead here with Mo Forenza, Hit the Road, Smooth Like Straight. Those 3, basically, the numbers are almost identical. We're talking fractions, so it could be any order of those 3 behind the 1 horse. And then Count Again should be the one trailing the field. The 4-horse, I don't really think impacted the way this race is going to be run because it was expected to be towards the back of the pack early and didn't have late pace projections to keep up at the end. On the way home, the 5-horse, Count Again, does have the best late pace figures, but not such a big advantage. The biggest advantage, I think, early on is going to be in terms of pace. The 1-horse should have the best advantage early on. But on the way home, you have Count Again, Mo Forza. Those 2 horses should be the fastest coming home, and then Smooth Like Straight, Hit the Road right behind him. So it should be a fairly evened out pace on the way home, and really not that big of a difference between the first maybe 3 or 4 out of the gate, with the exception of Neptune Storm maybe trying to really take this race from gate to wire. If you like to bet the speed angle, just a plain up speed number rating, the speed rankings go 6, 2, 3, 5, and 1. Now, if you like to play the jockeys, well, the jockey you want to play, there's 2 of them here, really, in a third, kind of a 1 and 1A, and then an absolute 2. So the 1 and 1A, or they're both ones, really, are Flavian Pratt and Umberto Rispoli. Both have won 8 races at the distance, by far the most. Joe Bravo comes in third with 5. So in terms of jockeys, you're looking at Pratt, Rispoli, and Bravo. And then for the trainers, it's a little bit more scattered out, but you got Sadler with 5, you got the Model with 4, and Michael Maker with 3 at the distance. So there's your jockey trainers. That's the way the pace looks out. Let's go look at these 4 horses in the field. The few horses that are in the field, the 4 horses scratched, excuse me. So number 1 is Neptune Storm. As I mentioned, Neptune Storm is probably going to try to get to the lead. It does have the fastest early fractions in the last 10 races out of any horse in this field. Won its last race, its second time off of a start at Del Mar, well, the first time at Del Mar that the horse has won, but it's finished in the money 5 of 5, although the speed figure that it generated in that race is far too low, I think, to take this spot here. But it has won 5 of 10 at the distance, and I'm a big cycle guy, and the last time the horse ran a 3-race cycle like it's doing today, their third race in the layoff, third race post-layoff, was by far the best performance. Number 2, Hit the Road, Florent Guru and Dan Blacker. The horse has got an all or nothing appetite for the winner's circle. It's won 6 out of 10 races, and it's won 6 of 9 at the distance, 6 of 9 on the turf. So this horse is going to finish first, or this horse is going to finish last, right? That's the nature of that horse. But it does look like it's going to be one of the horses that should be close to the front early, like middle of the pack right from the get-go, and has like middle of the pack late pace numbers. So you got Florent, Guru, and this spot, which is interesting because Rispoli was on this horse previously. Smooth Like Straight, This is where Umberto is again. He's one of the better jockeys at the distance. He should be close to the front of this race. It's 1-7 or 4 of 7 at the distance, a couple of seconds in there as well. 2 wins, 2 seconds at Del Mar in 4 races. Likes the track for sure. And when you consider this horse has won, finished in the money 13 of 16, you got a lot of nice numbers there. It does have a history of perhaps putting in some of the better fractions. Was the favorite last time out, finished by a second to United, who's running a little bit later on in one of the favorites in the Del Mar Handicap. So that's not a bad second in that race. And if Smooth Like Straight wins this one, you better keep your eye on United in the Del Mar Handicap. The 4 horse is Next Shares, is not in the race. Next spot, we have number 5, Count Again. Count Again has some of the best pedigree in the race. It did produce, and it's one of the horses, a couple horses in the field that it did run a pretty good speed figure, but not I was ahead of myself by 1 horse there, but not above par. That goes to the next horse down the field. This is the second time off a layoff for this horse. It has improved slightly in second times off a layoff, stepping up a little bit in class. The trainer, as I mentioned, Philip D'Amato, does have the second most wins at the distance. But again, I think this horse has a good chance, should be closing, maybe a piece of the pie late. Finally, number 6, I did get ahead of myself here. Mo Forza is the horse that did produce the highest last race speed figure. That was way back in October of last year, so you kind of have to discount that. The horse does run well fresh. It did run in this race last year and won by 4.5 lengths. The horse has worked out fairly well. The question is, does it run well fresh? Well, took a decent break last time from January to August, did prove it can do it. At Del Mar, has 2 wins, 2 seconds in 5 races, and has won 4 of 6 at the distance with a win. I kind of like the fact that Peter Miller, Flavien Prat, Peter Miller, as I mentioned, is one of the horses that's done very well at the meet so far. Top trainer, jockey combo. I think the horse can run fresh, find itself back in the winner's circle. You got Pratt and Rispoli, probably the 2 top jockeys. I'm going to go ahead and bet the 6, 3, 2, and 5. I think that's the order they're going to come in. With the short field, I'm shooting for the Superfecta, the Ice Cold Superfecta 6, 3, 2, 5. It's the Ice Cold Superfecta Challenge. We'll find out how they line up when it's official. Hopefully, we'll see the 6 in the winner's circle. course, we didn't get the ice cold superfecta challenge to come home, but we did have the ice cold trifecta challenge. But that's the three favorites, short field. Really nothing to get too excited to roll your socks up and down for. But a winning ticket is better than the kind that you look at, you crumble up, and you throw away in disgust and tell everybody, should have had it, right? So we one more race number 8. We had Tyler on our show. He's Trevor McCarthy, on the show. He's in this race. I expected his horse might do pretty well, but we're going to get a little bit of a different distance this time. They're keeping us on our toes, right? Got to keep us up to speed on the different biases at the different distances and surfaces. This one's 7 furlongs on the dirt. There's only been a handful of races at the distance, so really not a lot of data to make too much out of it, but maybe there are some trends in there that we can emerging trends that maybe we can put to our advantage and maybe find a winner in this deep field. There is one trend that I do find kind of interesting that we'll talk about regarding post position that might point us to a horse that's better suited to win than others. We'll see you 10 minutes to post with our analysis for the profile of a winner, the pace, of course, our analysis of each horse, and then, as always, our picks. See you 10 minutes to post. We're off to race number 8, 7 furlongs, optional claimer, $40,000. Non-winners of 1. Purse is $72,000, unless, of course, the horses that are entered to be claimed are running for a purse of only $57,000. So I guess those horses, they want them to be claimed, right? Not that many races at 7 furlongs at the current meet, only a handful, as I mentioned before. The horse that broke first won 1. So you got 1 wire-to-wire job. The horse that ran second at the quarter pole won 2. The horse that ran third at the quarter pole also won 2. And the horse that ran fourth at the quarter pole rounded out the 5 winners. As far as the post position is concerned, this is what I find kind of interesting. The rail does have a win, so Bob Baffert's risk and rewards got a crack in here. But aside from that, the 5 to 6 each have 1, and then the 8 has 2. So it's not a lot of data, so maybe it's meaningless, but there is an indication that the outside tactical speed might be the way to get to the winner's circle at 7 furlongs on the dirt track at Del Mar. As far as the jockeys are concerned, Umberto Rispoli has 2, Flavian Pratt has 1, Jessica Pfeiffer has 1, and Mr. Frey has the other. So, I mean, pretty much wide open. And no trainer has won more than 1 out of the 5. So trainer, there doesn't seem to be a 7 furlong specialist that gets this horse out there ready to go. So in terms of how the horses rate, as far as their early pace and late pace numbers look like, let's take a look at it. Looks like Dream Shake should be one of the fastest out of the gates. But the reality on this is, in terms of the early speed, the 2, the 3, the 6, the 1, I think any one of those horses could be on the front. It wouldn't surprise me whatever order they come out, but I do think you're going to see at least 2 of the pace setters, maybe 3, come out of those first 4. And then the 8 and the 7, kind of a little bit off that pace. They're not quite as quick as the first 4. And then you got the 5, the 4, the 9, and the 10. They'll be trailers. On the way home, you're looking at the 8, the 9, and the 1. So a little bit of metal. Family Biz and Risk and Reward, they're all similar late pace numbers. The 4 stands out from all those that are left. And then you have the 7, the 3, and the 6. They're kind of clumped in together with the same sort of numbers. And then you have the 5, the 10, and the 2. So it looks like the 10 horse is going to have all he can handle. Probably just put him in the winner's circle, right, by putting him down. That's how it always works, right? Jump off a horse, and that horse ends up being the winner. So if you like to play speed figures, if that's your angle, then the way the speed figures rank out, you want the 5, the 1, the 7, and the 4. Those are your top 4 players in that respect. So let's run down the horses and see what we like and why. Number 1, you got Bob Baffert, Risk and Reward. This horse ran one of the top last race speed figures last time out. I think it actually did run the last race speed figure. It does have the top pedigree in the field for the distance and surface, so you kind of like that. I like the fact that it came back as a 3-year-old and had a very nice jump in its speed figure. I like the fact that it got near the front. I think the speed will work there. It should be one of the pace setters here as well. I think Risk and Reward at 5 to 1. I think that's where it is on the board right now. It's pretty solid. Number 2, Dream Shake. Okay, this horse was on the Kentucky Derby Trail last year. Now Peter Uriton has him running on grass, then trying to bring him back to dirt. It just seems to me, I know Flavian's on him. Flavia, great jockey. And the combination of 1-3 out of the last 4 together, you got to have him in your rankings, but something in this spot, you know, in sports betting, they call it the square suckers bet, right? It's the one that they're trying to trap you in. This looks to me like, in baseball, I would call this the square sucker bet, because something doesn't seem right. I really wonder why the horse is running at this level. Number 3, Established. Established is a horse that does have a history of running some pretty fast fractions. Those were at Indiana Downs. I'm not a big fan, as I've said before many times. The angle of horses coming from the second tier tracks, if you will, to the first tier tracks, although the horse has run at Oaklawn Park, didn't do so well there, did run at Fairgrounds. Its best race was probably there in a good solid start, or maybe back here in its race at Churchill when it did pop 100 on the speed gun. If the 3 horse can put in a similar effort like that, maybe it can upset the field here, though I have my doubts. The workouts at Del Mar have only been, they've been okay. Not spectacular, not bad, just a little better than average. Number 4, Adair, is another horse that tied for the highest pedigree for the distance and surface. Last time out, ran a decent race. Should be a horse that should be close to the pace early on. It doesn't look like it, but maybe, does have one of the higher speed figures. Sorry, looking at the wrong numbers again, but should be one of those horses with some strong late pace. Number 5, Gray Magician, Trevor McCarthy, says he's got his work cut out for him in this race. Though I do like the last spot. He did run one of the top speed figures in this claim. And Daniel Escarate is making the first start with this horse after being claimed. And I know from talking with many trainers on the Player's Edge podcast that they tell us that they go ahead and they claim a horse and they target a specific race. This race looks like the one they've targeted. And since the last race, the horse put in a nice bullet here, the fastest of 110. You can't overlook that. And then last time out, the third fastest out of 77. So it looks like maybe Gray Magician is waking back up again, and maybe we'll see our friend Trevor McCarthy in the winner's circle. Number 6, Scary Fast Smile. Speed and fade. If it has the lead in the lane, has a very good chance to win the race because it has not given up the lead, as you see. Well, it did here once. But these 2 times managed to close it out. First time off a layoff, did win. Second faded. Here you had a little bit of a close at Del Mar, so it's done okay at the Del Mar. The lone Del Mar race was in there. It does have a history of some of the fastest early fractions, so if you look back at the past 10 races, it does have the fastest opening quarter out of any horse in the field. So maybe if it can revert back to that. The works don't say that's going to happen, but it's on the resume, so it's a possibility. Here's another horse for Doug O'Neill that was making its first start after being claimed. Again, talking with trainers, they target a specific race. It is a horse for the course. It's run at Del Mar 3 times, 2 seconds and a win. Take it away from the Del Mar track, has 1 win, nothing else in 5 starts. I do like the horse for the course angle. Dropping it off the win is kind of curious to me after a 5.5 length win. But in terms of the purse, the last purse was actually lower than this purse is. So I don't really consider that to be a drop in class. Maybe it is on paper, but in terms of actual money at stake, it is not. Won its last race by 5.5 with the first time that Umberto Rispoli got in the irons. That's an angle I like. A horse, it seems maybe he's getting the most out of the horse. And looking back, I'm a cycle guy. Second start off a layoff usually takes a little bit of a step back, but if there is a step back, it should only be minor and maybe not enough to really hamper the 6-horse, 7-horse Positivity's chance to win. A little bit of metal as another one of these claimers for Doug O'Neill. So maybe he's hoping to hit with one of the 2. He does hit at 25%, tied for the top pedigree, did run one of the last best race speed figures, and is an all or nothing horse at Del Mar. 6 races there. 3 wins, pretty much an all or nothing horse, a couple of thirds in there. But I think this horse with Kyle Frey is going to have to show a little bit more, although Kyle does have one of the wins at 7 furlongs. Number 9, Florent Garou, Peter Miller. This horse, family business. They make movies about this. Second start with Peter Miller is a 24% angle. Horse is dropping a couple $1,000 in purse from last time out. So really not that big of a deal there. Second start with Peter Miller after a claim is a 15% winner. Second start with the trainer overall is a 24% winner. So looks like maybe they're not expecting as much out of this horse, though the fractions in the last workout were pretty good. That 3 furlongs in the third fastest out of 18 tells me that Peter Miller wants Florent to get this horse out closer to the front than he was last time out of the gate. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see the 9 break sharper than he did in his last start. So let's go ahead and figure out how we're going to rank them. As far as me, I am going to go ahead and put the Baffert horse on top. I'm going 1, 7, 2, and 5. We'll find out how they line up when it's official. Hopefully, we'll see the 1 in the winner's circle. Well, there's the price parlay of the night. Wish we would have had that one, but there's always a but in there, right? Going back, if you had listened in or looked at the Horse Racing Radar and checked out our Players Edge podcast, or watched the YouTube show, or watched it on Facebook with Trevor McCarthy, you will see that our 22-1 Tom in race 8 had established as his top pick. And then our Swiss Army Sean had Little Bit of Metal as his top pick. So if you would have taken all of our top picks and put them in an exacta box, you would have had that. Certainly mine didn't help out whatsoever at all, but can't win them all in horse racing, unfortunately. I'm still working on the holy grail of horse racing where I can get the winner in every single race. When I do, I'll see you on a very nice Caribbean or Caribbean, depending on how you pronounce it, island to spend the rest of my life with the toes in the sand and a drink in my hand, like David Lee Roth said. Always dating myself with my music of choice. Any case, folks, we're going to get now to the last 3 races of the night, the 3 biggest stakes races of the evening. We'll come back for race number 9, then the Pacific Classic, and then the Del Mar Handicap. The last 2 spots on the night, if you head on over to Horse Racing Radar or on the YouTube channel, all you need to do now is go to Horse Racing Radar TV, put that in the search bar at YouTube. You'll find us right away. And you'll see Tom Carley and I putting an in-depth analysis together for both the Pacific Classic and the Del Mar Handicap. Tom and I do that every Friday, try to highlight the Breeders' Cup win and your in races, just to help the folks get ready for the Breeders' Cup in a couple of months. And then we're also going to get started in September with the Kentucky Derby Trail for 2022. We'll be watching every Kentucky Derby trial or qualifying race, putting our picks out there, and then putting our rankings out after maybe the first 5 or 6 are done. So we're trying to do everything we can to help our folks get the most out of their money when they're at the track. Certainly, we always want to end up with winning tickets in our hand and in the winner's circle. We'll see you 10 minutes to post for race number, I think, 9. Rhode on Isle. I'm not quite sure, but I don't know how you can listen to it on the radio. I'm not sure if they have a call like that or a radio station like that. Maybe you can catch that on the Del Mar racetrack. I think it's DM. I don't know. You have to look it up on Google. Del Mar racetrack. Maybe earlier in the day they were asking about where you can watch it. You can watch it on Horse Racing TV. You can subscribe to that, or if you have an account, like I mentioned with BetUs.com. Or if you have one at TwinSpires or TVG, you can watch it there for sure. So you can open up an account with those places without making a deposit and watching the races. Some of them, they do have an inactivity fee. So you want to make sure you understand the rules and the terms and conditions before you get involved with any of them. Now we're off to race number 8. This is the Del Mar Oaks. The race is 1 mile and an eighth on the turf. It's a grade 1 for a purse of $300,000. Of course, we're looking back at some of the previous races at the distance and the surface. And what we found was that they don't run very many here. So we had to look back at the last 10 to see how the horses have performed. And what we found is that 7 of the 10 winners that won the last 10 were actually 6th or back at the quarter-mile pole. So you're going to definitely want to have, if history is any indication, and I think it was Shakespeare that said history doesn't always repeat, but sometimes it rhymes. Maybe I got that wrong. Maybe it was somebody else. I'm sure to be corrected if I'm wrong. And the post-position bias is kind of weird in that in the last 5 years, 4 of the 5 Oaks winners broke from post 5 and out. The other horse was the rail horse. But in the 5 years before that, all of the winners came from post 2, 3, and 4. So it's been an outside bias of late. Before that was an inside bias. So it's kind of hard to say which way they're going to go in this year's race. But let's take a look at what the pace should look like as far as the horses are concerned. And the early leader should be Feathers. And if you look at it really from top to bottom, there really isn't a big difference between those that have the early pace figures versus the ones at the bottom. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Javanica find her way to the front, because last time out she went to the front and tried to and brought him wire to wire. And I expect that you're going to see Drayden Van Dyke try that same approach in this race. So, but again, as I mentioned, there's really not a whole big a difference between the first and the last on the early pace projection list. As far as the late projections go, Fluffy Socks does have a little bit of advantage over everybody else. It is taking, she's taking some money too, I noticed, from the better. So obviously there's something going on in her workouts. But as far as the rest of the horses are concerned, again, it's a pretty tight group between the first 4 or 5, between Fluffy Socks, Closing Remarks, Glowing Global, Ivy League. They all seem to have some pretty similar type late pace figures. So I think it's going to be it's probably going to be a moderate pace out of the gate, which could maybe work to Java Inca's advantage. And then they'll all come charging like trucks down the lane at the end of the race. Let's take a look at the different horses and see what we like in terms of their chances to win, how each horse might find its way into the winner's circle. Closing Remarks does have a little bit of a history of some early pace figures in the last race out and some races back on its resume. She showed that she can get out early. You have Umberto Rispoli, who's actually a very good jockey. He's shown that he can do very well on turf closing races, as we've seen earlier. However, she has squared up against Glowing Global, Madone, and a couple of others, Fluffy Socks, Javanica, and others, and hasn't beaten any of them yet, though just missed against Going Global a couple races back. In fact, the 2 races against Going Global was a neck and 3/4 of a length, and that was at 1 mile and 1 mile and an eighth. So maybe today is the day you can flip that. As far as Javanica goes, the horse, like I said, last time out, wired the field. First time off a layoff at Del Mar, has a win and a second. Since then, put in some decent workouts, so just kind of maintenance workouts, I think, looking at it. The horse does have the top pedigree for the distance and surface, so maybe you can make it 2 wins in a row, and I would expect it to be on the front, and maybe 4 speed figure increases in a row because she's upped her speed figure. 3 consecutive races, although She did take a break between races 2 and 3. And looking back at her previous 2-race cycle, and that would just be race a couple times, she's done it twice. In both times in the second race of the cycle, she went ahead and upped the second speed figure relative to the first. Going Global came over here from Ireland, ran at the Curragh, ran at the Dundalk, Limerick. I know I can pronounce that one. I used to be very good at writing those Limericks in school. But has done really nothing wrong. Run on this side of the ocean 5 times. 5 times with 4 wins and a second by a half of a length. Last time out was the 40-cent favorite and got passed by Madone. That race was at a mile, so I don't know if the extra distance actually helps here. Although trainer Philip D'Amato does come back and wins at 27% with the beaten favorite. And also, second race off a layoff last time was an improvement as well, but not a very big improvement. I do like the fact that there's the bullet and go. So I'm a big fan of that, as I mentioned early on. That's an indication to me that that horse is sharp. But again, you have Going Global, Fabian Pratt, very good horse, good trainer, and you expect quality out of that horse. As I mentioned before, Madone did rally. I expect that on the turf, the rally is going to be the way. Trevor McCarthy told us that on the turf, there's an absolute closer's bias. I think there's going to continue to be an absolute closer's bias today. Madone was able to run by Going Global last time at a mile. I think the extra distance helps. And if you look at her record at Del Mar, 3 wins in 3 races. Absolutely a horse for the course. However, the one caveat being she is a all or nothing horse. 7 races in her lifetime, found the winner's circle 5 times. The other 2 times finished 6th and 8th. So she can throw some stinkers in there. Number 5, Feathers, is a horse that also came over from Britain. Last time out, won at Del Mar. First time it tried on the turf. But those speed figures that horse put together are way too slow. I don't think – I mean, you're going to need some substantial improvement here. I don't know that there's anything in the workouts that suggests you're going to get that. Moving from claiming 40,000 up into just a huge jump up, I don't see it. Number 6, Ivy League, is another horse that's making a substantial move up in class. Workouts have been okay since that last race in June. Again, one that I would probably pass. The only thing that I can see here that is endearing in any respect is the horse has run at Del Mar 4 times and finished second 3 of those 4 times. So likes to run up, be the runner-up. And Richard Mandela, the horse was the favorite last time out. Richard Mandela follows up the beaten favorite status with a 28% win rate. But when the horse did match up against some of these before, was 4 lengths behind Going Global and closing remarks, and then was close to Madone in its first 2 races. Fluffy Socks, as I mentioned, getting a lot of love from the bettors. Last time out, ran the highest last race speed figure. Looks like par for this is around the 93. She ran a 94, so a lot of horses hovering right around that number. Second time off a layoff earlier in her career, she did improve marginally in the second race off a layoff. You have the number 1 in terms of late pace figures, so the late pace does seem to hold up. Chad Brown bringing this horse out from Saratoga to Del Mar. I'm sure he's not bringing a horse that isn't live. Joel Rosario, as I mentioned early on in the day, I do like Rosario on horses that come from off the pace. He proved that in the first race. I think you might see some similar type late moving here. 8 races across turf, 3 wins, 3 seconds. Number 8, Tetragonal. Tetragonal does have some history of early speed, making the second start off a layoff. Did improve in its second start in the U.S., did improve in the other 2-race cycle. Trainer Richard Baltus does hit at 19%. And Joe Bravo, as I mentioned before, is a jockey that's done pretty well in the going long on grass. Horse has faced up against some of these and hasn't beaten them. I don't know that tonight's the night for Tetragonal to flip that script. Soaring Sky rounds out the field, coming to the United States after running in Ireland. When you look, one of the things I like to look at, so if you're looking at foreign horses, and I've kind of learned this recently from working with Tom on a lot of foreign, every Friday we do an international show, you got to kind of look at their good form. So Soaring Sky on a good surface at Limerick won. The next time out, second by a neck. The next time out, third by 2.25. And another time on good came third by 1.25. So clearly, Soaring Sky is a candidate to really, really like the fast going here in the United States, the fast, firm footing. So I think Soaring Sky could offer some value. So I'm actually going to put in there, in terms of my rankings, the way I'm going to play it, I'm going to go 4, 9, 3. It's a close between the 2 and the 7. If Javanka can get out in 48 for the first half mile, maybe 112, 113 for 6 furlongs, maybe can steal the race up front. If it's faster fractions than that, then I'll go with Fluffy Socks. But I'm going to go 4, 9, 3, and 2. We'll see how they line up when it's official. Hopefully, we'll see the 4 Madone in the winner's circle. Well, going global showed her class there for sure. Yeah, I tried to hit a price. I thought when the 9 came off the turn, it looked like it was going to make a big move and then kind of flattened out. So maybe the next time for that horse, the 9 horse in the U.S. Sometimes those foreign horses do better in the second start. The 4 horse just kind of got trapped inside, had a really difficult time making up any ground there in the late to be able to get past the 1 horse closing remarks. Time to move on to the next 2 races. The last 2, both are Breeders' Cup Challenge Series races. They're win and you're in. The Pacific Classic is next, $1 million race, and also a ticket to the Breeders' Cup Classic. We were talking about this, Tom, Carly, and I, about if any of these horses can get into the Breeders' Cup Classic. Really, are they a threat to a Knicks Go? Are they a threat to an Essential Quality? Are they a threat to some of the top horses in the field? We'll find out. And then, of course, there's the the controversy over the horse. Is it Dr. Post or Dr. Post? And I know that our friend Tom called the Jockey Club and found out that it's actually Dr. Post. So if you want to make some money with some friends, you can go ahead and bet them. How would you pronounce this? 99% of the people are going to call it Dr. Post, and you're going to tell them, nope, you're wrong. You owe me 5. It's Dr. Post. In any case, we'll see you 10 minutes to post before the Pacific Classic. Before we go, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard on the contest. Lady Jumpers has been a front runner and staying on the lead. You have Edward Malls, Melvin Hill, Howard Wise, and Jeff Hockman. Rogue Crook, well, that's what you want to be, a rogue crook. Andy Enriquez, Patrick Christensen, Mark Dezel, and Stephen Duncombe as the top 10. And probably your winner is going to come out of that group right there. Really not a lot of ground, not a lot of races left to make up a lot of ground. But let's see if we can go home with a couple winners in the Breeders' Cup Classic and then the Del Mar Handicap. See you 10 minutes to post for their Breeders' Cup Classic. right, folks, now it's showtime. The big two races of the night, the Pacific Classic, a $1 million race. You got a mile and a quarter on the main track. So it's, well, they don't run that many during the current meet. I don't think they've really run any. So we had to look back at the last 10 Pacific Classics, something I like to do, what I call building the profile of a winner. So let's take a look at the profile of a winner of a Pacific Classic winner. One of the things you want to do in here is play the favorite, and right now that looks like it's I think it's Royal Ship, right? Let's see, who is that? That is the 4-horse Royal Ship. The favorite has gone on to finish first or second in 9 of the last 10 Pacific Classic races, won 6 of them, and took the pace play day 3 other times. Another thing you want to do is be kind of fast because maybe the fastest. 5 out of the last 10 Classic champs, people that took the hardware, they got off to the lead and didn't give it up. One other ran co-pilot. And I don't know what they call the third pilot in the cockpit. What is that? The assistant pilot, maybe? And then finally, you probably want to have a post from the middle out. 8 of the last 10 to grab the trophy have worn the green 5 or a higher number than that. So it should be interesting to see how those horses come in terms of the, well, there's got a couple different things in play here based upon the past biases and the horses and how they rank in this race. If you like speed ratings, then you're going to like the 7, the 2, the 1, the 4. Those are your top 3 in terms of speed figures. But let's go ahead and look at what the biases look like and how they match up and which horses might get out first, which ones will be charging hard at the end. So this is the Pacific Classic pace projections. The reality is the top maybe 5 or 6. There's really not a whole lot of difference between Express Chain, Tiz Magician, Tripoli, Magic on Tap, Independent Sol. They're all going to get out, maybe Royal Ship. They're all going to get out and definitely have I think there could be some early pace up there. On the way home, Dr. Post, Sheriff Brown, and Royal Ship do have a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the field. Only a lot of them are going to be towards the back. The 3 and the 8 could be trailers in this race, and it's really not the way to win. And again, talking with Trevor McCarthy, he said one of the biggest problems is coming from the East Coast to the West Coast is they're just not used to, the horses aren't just used to that get out of the gate and go. But maybe DR Post, I said it wrong already. So Tom probably is throwing stuff at his computer. I told you, Rich, it's DR Post. But we'll find out. That's Tom's pick. I'm gonna stick with the biases, and we'll talk a little bit about who we like and why we like them. But let's go ahead and start cracking on the horses. Let's look at the number 1 horse, Tripoli. Tripoli is making its 3rd start off a layoff. In the previous 3 race cycles, it was the best of the 3. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a good effort out of Tripoli in this spot. Horse also has one of the top speed figures last out. I do like that. Went over double digits both times in its last 2 races since moving from turf to dirt. And put some nice bullet work in the last 3 times since its last race. 2 bullets. And I do, again, like the bullet and go angle. Tiz a Magician last time in that grade 3, it shows that he ran a super high number over par. But after some further analysis and talking with Tom and looking back on it, it does look like that number is maybe a little bit bloated. I doubt that he went from a 91 to 115. And you'll see some other horses in the same race where you see a similar type thing. But let's just put it this way. If Tiz a Magician can run that same sort of number in this, if that's a real 115, can run that 115 again, did put in a good workout since, then maybe can run away with this race. Then you have the 3 horse. It's DR Post. There you go, Tom. Todd Pletcher bringing him in from the East Coast with Joel Rosario, who rode him in the last race at Monmouth. That is an angle I'm really starting to like. At Monmouth, horses run without a lot of urging from the jockey. Can only use the whip under like emergency circumstances. So a lot of times you see a horse run at Monmouth and put a nice speed figure in, come back the next time around and run a good one too. And Pletcher's not going to probably ship a horse from the East Coast to the West Coast unless he feels like the horse is ready. Tom iCarly mentioned Vino Rosso. He thinks that maybe this horse is going to follow that same path to the Breeders' Cup. I did actually have Vino Rosso winning that year. So we'll see if DR Post can bring his craft from the East Coast to the West Coast. Royal Ship right now is taking on a lot of money with Mike Smith. Mike Smith has ridden the horse since it's come from Brazil. It looked like the horse has finally figured it out since the jockey trainer Richard Mandella moved him to dirt in his last 3 races with a third, a second, and a win. Very close. Last time out, did finish behind the Express Train in Tripoli as the favorite. Mandella does rebound at 28%. The horse does have some history of, likes to win, but a lot of that winning was done down in Brazil. So we'll see if they can finally figure out how to win the winner's circle in a big race here in the United States. Express Train has some of the fastest early fractions, as we showed in the early pace projections. Express Train can be on the lead. Some really aggressive workouts coming into this race. The bullet and go. Again, I like that angle. The horse is one of the top speed figures, making a second start off a layoff. Looking back at its history, the horse has improved nicely in the second start off a layoff and is the proverbial horse for the course. Ran at Del Mar 4 times, has 3 wins in a second. Get him off of the Del Mar course, and he has 0 wins in 8 races. So he loves himself some surf and turf, that's for sure. Magic on Tap. The horse looks like maybe it's in over its head. Last time out, ran against many of these. Finished 5th, 6 3/4 lengths behind Express Train, Tripoli, Royal Ship. And I don't see anything in that tells me the horse is going to be able to make up that ground. Although it does have a good pedigree score for the distance and surface, maybe improves in the second start off a layoff. I do like that Bob Baffert's horse here has put together 2 bullets and 3 workouts since that race. So maybe a little bit of improvement there. Number 7, Independence Hall, a horse that knows where the winner's circle is, winning 4 out of 10, though has struggled as of late. Horse did really well early on last year on that path to the weirdo Kentucky Derby where COVID messed everything up and they took a detour instead of a straight path. Horse looked great in the Sam F. Davis Stakes. No shame in losing in that race to Sol Volante. Very good closing horse. But then just really didn't fire in the Florida Derby. Came back and did well. And an optional claiming here at Del Mar, the only race, its best race since. So maybe, coming back to Del Mar, the workouts haven't really been so strong for this horse, but getting blinkers for the first time. So maybe breaks a little sharper than he has in the past. Sheriff Brown, horse that should be closing, kind of got outrun, was 52-1 against some of these in the San Diego handicap. I don't see anything in the workouts. I don't see anything in the past performances. I don't see anything when it's run against quality that suggests Sheriff Brown has enough to make up the difference. Finally, Cupid's Claw. Cupid's Claw does have a little bit of history of being able to run. Again, this is a horse that ran in that grade 3 Kuragil over at Del Mar with some exaggerated speed figures, went from like 84 to 113, significantly higher than anything that it's ever put on the track before. So I do think, based upon those 2 speed numbers, that something is a little off with that. So I wouldn't really heavily rely on that. Although since that race, it does put in some nice workouts. So perhaps that speed figure is above par for real. I'm not 100% certain about that. I'm going to discount both that and Tiz Magician's speed figures, but I'm not going to discount Tiz Magician's chance to win because of the speed bias. I'm going to go ahead and put the 2 on top of the 5, the 4, and it's a tough call between the 7 and the 3, Independence All. I'm going to go ahead with the bettors. I think DR Post Pletcher brings them in, but I wouldn't be surprised if the 7-horse Independence All gets a piece. So I'm going to go with 2, 5, 4, and 3. We'll see how they line up when it's official. Hopefully we see Tiz the Magician and making all of those My Racehorse fans beyond happy. See you when it's official. That speed bias absolutely did hold over there at Del Mar. If we talked about before the race, just didn't put we had Express Train, but I mentioned the first few could work. Tis a Magician did get to the lead, and Tripoli was right behind, and those two horses pulled away. Big run late from DR Post, as it says, and Sheriff's Brown. So, I mean, it's if you like the two fast ones up front and then maybe back them up with the fastest closers coming home, Express Train just didn't fire. But that speed bias at Del Mar is a big, 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 big factor. It'll probably be a big factor come November when they run the Breeders' Cup out there as well. So keep that in mind. I'm not so sure that Tripoli is going to be one of the favorites to win that race, although that was a really sharp effort right there. We got one race left to go, and let's see maybe if there's any change in because I'm sure not a whole lot of people had the one horse there, Tripoli, to win. But if somebody did and they were close to Lady Jumper, no, it didn't really make a difference. Lady Jumper is still in the lead with 30 points. Edward Maltz right behind Jeff Hockman, Rogue Crook, Melvin Hill, Steve Duncombe, let's see, Douglas Kavanaugh, Pete Pappas. Those are probably the only folks that have a chance to catch Lady Jumpers. We got one race left with a big favorite probably in United in the Del Mar Handicap. One more spot for the Breeders' Cup available come November. Hopefully we'll be out there. Maybe we'll see if Horse Racing Radar can make their way out to the West Coast, say hello, and maybe give away some merchandise like this. If you like this nice, really good quality Horse Racing Radar stuff, you can go to our Facebook page, go over there at Racing Radar, or our Twitter page at Racing Radar. You can pick some up. Well, it's on the Facebook page. It's not on the Twitter page, but you can follow us on both. We'd appreciate that. Make sure you subscribe here on YouTube and then hit the bell so when we go live with so many other shows that you get notified right away. We'll be back for the last and final race of this Saturday night is all right for horse racing betting. To paraphrase Elton John, we'll see you 10 minutes to post. The last and final race of this Saturday night TVG Pacific Classic evening at Del Mar. Looks like it's a beautiful evening out there in Southern California. Kind of jealous here in Chicago, but it's nice and warm out here as well. We have the Del Mar Handicap. A winner in this is going to go off to the Breeders' Cup Turf. It's a 1 mile and 3/8. We've seen enough of these long-distance turf races today to know that closing is the way. But let's go ahead and take a look at what the profile of a winner looks like for the Del Mar Handicap for the last 10 years. Want to play the favorite? At least sort of. The Race Time Chalk has finished second in 5 of the last 10 of these races while winning 3 times. But you don't want to get too far away because the average winner went off at a little bit more than 7-2. You also want to keep an eye on trainer Philip D'Amato. He's won 4 in a row and 6 of the last 7. So he is a Del Mar Handicap specialist. And he's sending the last 2 champions, Red King and Acclimate, to the race today, along with Say the Word. Again, we talked enough about this to know, but you want to think Tortoise with a late turbocharge, not the Hare. 7 of the past 10 winners were 4th or further back at the 3/4 mile marker. And again, you want to look probably for a middle post out. Most of the horses that have won have been a 6 or higher. They have black and yellow 6 on. So the last 5, as a matter of fact, came from gate 7 or further out. So that's a pretty good, strong trend there. So let's go ahead and take a look at the pace figures and how it sets up early on. Acclimate is likely to be your winner, your pace setter. He wired the field 2 years ago to capture the championship here. Award winner, Media Blitz. You can see there's quite a few different horses there that have a shot to be up on the lead. Probably the first 3 are going to get away, and then the next 5 or 6 will be pretty much bunched up behind that leading trio. On the way home, you have the 6-horse Masterpiece that does seem to have a little bit of a pace advantage over everybody else. He'll need it because he should be way back in the beginning. And then you have the next whole group of the 3, the 8, and 11. They seem to be a bit better than about the next 5. So pretty interesting pace setup in here. We'll see if Acclimate can get to the front and repeat, or if Red King can close and get the score by a neck like he did last year over United, who seeks revenge in this spot. So looking at the field, number 1, Media Blitz. Horse has been at Del Mar twice, has a win and a second, been over to turf courses 8 times with 3 wins and 3 seconds. The horse also has last race was a win. You got Umberto Rispoli, who's done pretty well at the longer distances. That's a kind of a jockey upgrade from Hernandez last time out, so that should be to its benefit. And Simon Callahan does win at a 21% clip following a win. So you got a pretty strong jockey trainer combo here in the 1 horse. Crossfire Hurricane making it across the ocean from Ireland. Came here in the last time the Shoemaker Grade 1 at Santa Anita back in May. Didn't really fire. When you look at the good races back over in Ireland, a real nice one here, and then you had a stinker there. Horse did run fairly well on the synthetic surface, which can be a indication of what a horse will do on a turf course. But then the workouts at Del Mar have been at best dull. So I'm not too sure that the 2 horse really stands a shot, although the horse has won 4 or 7. So maybe Crossfire Hurricane is that upset special to close the night. We'll see. Number 3, Red King, as I mentioned, did win last year, beat United by a head at the wire. United almost got to him. And since then, the horse hasn't won. But what I do like is that the horse did come back. But again, this is a pretty, I think this is a speed figure we saw at that one race where it might be a little bit bloated, although Tiz Magician did run a pretty strong race last time. So maybe it's not as bloated as we thought. So Red King should be one of the horses that does come towards the end. It does have, if you're looking for a speed figure angle, the speed figure horses should go 3, 5, 7, 4, 11. Those are your top 5 horses according to speed figures. The 4 horse United is your favorite, making a second start off a layoff. Another horse that really loves the winner circles. Won 9 of 20, so 45% winner. At Del Mar has won 3 of 5, 2 seconds, so it's never missed the board at Del Mar. The interesting thing, though, is the only time it ran at the distance, did lose by a head, almost caught Red King last time. Maybe make a move a little bit earlier with Flavian Pratt and Richard Mandela. The two of them have won 4 of their 7 races together, so United is I think, the right choice for the public, probably your winner. And we'll go home on top with that. Master of Foxhounds, another horse coming over from Ireland. Got off to a pretty good start. As I mentioned a lot of times with the horses, the first time across an American course, kind of struggled, but after that found its form. The last 2 weren't so hot. Workouts since then have been okay. I do like that the last time out that the horse did run, the last time he made a first-time start, did win. The curious thing to me, though, is Rosario Series not on this horse, which is interesting to me. Rispoli is here. He took the 1 horse instead of the 5 horse. Kind of makes you wonder what's going on there as well. So the jockey selections for this spot are interesting to me, that they jumped off Master of Hounds, despite the fact that he does have some of the best late numbers in the field. Masterpiece, again, is a horse that we do expect to be running pretty hard. The horse is out of form, though. And I'm not a big fan of horses that are out of form. Again, Joe Rosario is here, not on the horse. Drayden Van Dyke is. To me, that's kind of an indictment that he does not like the horse. He's decided to ride elsewhere, which is kind of, sometimes the jockeys tell you which way you should go, but sometimes they make a poor decision too. Ricardo Gonzalez on Acclimate, the last 2 times, a win and a second by a head. So seems to be able to get the best out of the horse. Horse should be up on the lead. And, here's the deal, folks, with Acclimate. One way to the winner's circle, that's it. That's to be on the front and in the lead in the stretch. If you look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times that the horse is on the lead at the stretch, did manage to close 2 out for a win, but did manage to finish the money. I think the horse has a really good shot to be near the lead in the stretch. I don't think the distance is too much. A 1 3/8, 1 3/4 out last time, one big time. So we'll see if indeed Acclimate can get to the lead, stay to the lead, and certainly has the fractions to get there. Is absolutely no question about that. Arklow is the old man in the bunch, 7 years old, does have some phenomenal closing figures. And again, in the United Nations, clipped heels and stumbled, so you got to throw this race completely out of the books. Florent Garua on the horse here, Churchill Downs, the Louisville did win. So I expect you'll see some good closing numbers out of Arklow. Again, you got to throw that out. I do like the fact that it is coming in from Monmouth. Again, I do like that no whip angle to a whip angle, although I'm not a big fan of Arklow's run at the distance, a second and a third and 4 tries. But it is coming down from a purse of about $500,000 to a purse for $300,000. Award winner, number 9. Really not much here. I think Eddie Reed got to the lead, kind of gave it up. United and everybody ran by the horse, stretching out a little bit more. It did get the better of Acclimate 2 races back with Juan Hernandez in there. Maybe he can reach back to that form. Workouts say that's probably not going to happen. Astronaut is the 10 horse. Again, this is a horse that's probably one of those that is simply forgettable, although did finish in between Acclimate and Red King in the San Juan Capistrano back in June at Santa Anita. Workouts since have been really kind of 60 of 61, 3 of 4. Really nothing in there to give me any inspiration to take a long shot with the 10 Astronaut. Say the Word is the other Philip D'Amato horse. As I mentioned, he's the hot trainer at this particular track. He's taking a little bit of money down there. Joe Bravo, as we mentioned earlier, does like the longer distances. Second time off a layoff. The last couple of times the horse has made a second 2-race cycle. One time made a big bump up. One time made a big bump down. So you don't know which side of that coin you're going to get. Hopefully, for those of you who are backing Say the Word, he does get the bump up, though, although it's interesting to see Mike Smith take a different mount. As far as how I'm going to pick them, I'm going to go with 4, 3, 8, and 7. We'll see how they line up when they hit the winner's circle. Hopefully, the 4 horse is the one that we see there. We'll see you when the last race goes official. Looks like Lady Jumpers held on. Front runner tonight got out to the front, stayed at the front. Looked to me like with those slow fractions that we might see a replay of what we saw at Arlington last week with two Emmys getting the better of domestic spending. I thought that Acclimate got the run slow enough to maybe get that race. But at the end, what looks like the difference was, if you look at it, the 10 horse had the least amount of weight on it, only 117 pounds. That probably was the difference for that horse in terms of getting to the finish line first. Definitely a shocking night. The 6 horse, as we mentioned, it did have the best Masterpiece, did have the best late closing numbers in the field. Sometimes you should just bet form in terms of the pace setup and the biases and kind of go with it and hopefully hit yourself some nice long shots in there. Any case, that wraps up the Del Mar Handicap, the Del Mar Pacific Classic live contest tomorrow. As I mentioned, it is not a live contest, but it is a contest for $50 at Woodbine for the Queen's Plate. I think it is the biggest racing at Woodbine weekend. So make sure you come back for that. Sign up. I think you have to have your picks in by 9 a.m. Eastern. So it's not live where you can do them on the fly. Winner gets $50 for that. We'll be back next Friday. Of course, I'll be back on Monday at 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 noon Central with Terry. We'll talk about the news of the weekend, some interesting stories. One that Swiss Army Sean sent to me that's kind of funny, but we'll talk about a runaway horse instead of a runaway bride. And then we'll make a pick 4 at Parks. So we'll be putting together a pick 4 ticket at Parks. If you like what you saw tonight, please tell your friends about us. Please follow us on Facebook, Twitter. Tell your friends about us, however it is you communicate. And if you did like what you see, thumbs up on YouTube, likes on Facebook, follows on Twitter are always appreciated. We'll see you next week. As always, good luck at the racetrack, and we hope to see you in the winner's circle.